Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive. The rain had been falling for hours, a soft and persistent curtain drawn across the highlands, whispering through the castle's ancient stones like a lullaby long forgotten. Hogwarts stood beneath that gray sky like a ship moored in time, her towers swaying gently in the hush of the mist, her windows lit like the eyes of old souls dreaming. Within the headmistress's tower the fire crackled softly, throwing shadows that danced like old memories along the walls. Professor Minerva McGonagall sat by that fire, her spine straight as ever, though age now traced its delicate hand across her features. Her eyes, still sharp as flint, stared not at the roaring hearth, but out the rain-speckled window. Something had disturbed her lately. Not a student prank, nor the occasional spectral stirrings of Peeves or nearly headless Nick. This disturbance came not with noise, but with silence, a silence that grew in the forest, a silence that listened. She sipped her tea slowly, her fingers wrapped around the ceramic-like roots around a stone. There were times, rare and unwelcome, when Minerva allowed herself the stillness of reflection. The war was long over, the world outside no longer shadowed by the dark mark. And yet, something in the wind that curled through the forbidden forest seemed to say otherwise. Something ancient had turned its gaze back to Hogwarts. She had first noticed the change a fortnight ago, when a group of fifth-year herbology students stumbled back into the castle with trembling hands and wild eyes. They had been gathering twilight mushrooms near the edge of the forest, a spot just past the line where Hagrid's care and Grop's presence kept the darkness at bay. They spoke of roses, black as ink, pulsing with an otherworldly glow, and voices that whispered in riddles. Poisonous roses. They were not in the records, not in the herbology texts, not even in the most obscure corners of the restricted section. But McGonagall remembered them, not from books, but from a story Albus Dumbledore had once told her in hushed tones, long before she ever dreamed of becoming headmistress. They only bloom, he had said, gazing into the dying embers of a fire not unlike this one, where grief is buried and never grieved. It had been a riddle then, a metaphor. But now it returned, vivid and real, like a prophecy finally taking root. The forest had grown quiet around the edges of that bloom. Even the centaurs avoided the place. Hagrid had gone to investigate, and while he returned with a brave face, his eyes had not met hers. "Best to leave that bit of the forest alone, Professor," he had said, his voice subdued. "The trees are whispering again." And so, that evening, she descended the spiral staircase of her tower with the weight of purpose pressing against her shoulders. She did not wear her emerald robes or her pointed hat. Instead, she dressed in a long black cloak, the one she had worn at Dumbledore's funeral, the one that still smelled faintly of sea air and old pine. She passed through the castle quietly, her steps echoing against stone corridors and arched ceilings like the tolling of distant bells. The portraits watched her, some curious, some murmuring old names as she passed. She nodded to them out of courtesy, but her mind wandered ahead, through the grounds, into the trees, to that place where no rose should bloom. The air outside was damp and soft, the fog curling like ghost fingers around the hem of her cloak. The lights of the castle faded behind her, swallowed by the forest's breath. And then, all at once, there was no more sound. No wind, no insects, no rustling branches. Only silence. She walked deeper, her wand drawn but unlit, her eyes adjusting to the twilight beneath the boughs. The earth felt strange beneath her feet, too soft, too warm, as if it remembered steps taken long ago and had never quite let them go. She followed the faintest trail, one she couldn't quite see, only sense, like the lingering warmth of a forgotten path. And then she saw them, roses, black as mourning cloth, blooming in a perfect circle around an ancient oak. Their petals shimmered faintly, catching the mist as if it were moonlight, and from them came a whisper, not a voice exactly, but a presence, a riddle not spoken aloud, but sung in thought. She stepped closer, her breath slow, her heartbeat calm but deliberate. "The root remembers," said the whisper, soft as leaves falling in a crypt. "The stone forgets. But the wound flowers." Minerva closed her eyes. The forest had always held secrets. But this was no natural bloom. "Salazar," she whispered, not in fear, but in recognition. For deep within the very foundations of Hogwarts, beneath the corridors and staircases, beyond the dungeons and hidden chambers, lay a place older than memory. A garden once tended by a man whose mind grew twisted and tangled with pride, and whose grief for the world was never spoken aloud. And now that garden was waking. Minerva knelt beside one of the roses. It leaned toward her like a child seeking comfort, its thorns brushing the edge of her sleeve. Her fingers hovered above the bloom, not touching. The riddle came again, quieter now. The grief not grieved, the gift not given, the promise broken by time. The petals shivered. A single thorn pricked the earth. McGonagall rose slowly, her wand at her side. "You've waited long enough," she murmured. "If this is the wound you left behind, Salazar, I will find its root." And as she turned back toward the castle, the roses swayed not in the wind, for there was no wind, but in agreement. The journey had begun, not of steps, but of unraveling, a walk through memory's thorny paths, through griefs left untended and secrets left to bloom where no light could reach. And above them all, Hogwarts watched in silence, its stone heart pulsing with the breath of its founders, its towers dreaming ancient dreams, and the forest whispering once again. The rain returned with dawn, as if the sky itself sought to wash away the visions of the night, but the memory of the roses could not be cleansed so easily. McGonagall stood at the tall windows of her study, her hands clasped behind her back, watching as mist weaved between the distant trees like threads pulled from the fabric of an older world. The scent of damp stone and parchment filled the room, grounding her in the here and now, though her mind lingered still among the thorns. Sleep had been brief and broken, not with nightmares, but with dreams steeped in meaning too old for words. She had seen Salazar Slytherin, not as a ghost, but as a man, seated beneath the shade of an enormous tree, speaking softly to something just out of sight. His eyes were not cruel, but tired, tired in the way only someone burdened by forgotten grief can be. The roses were blooming again because the story had never ended. It had simply been silenced. She descended once more into the belly of Hogwarts, though this time not toward the forest. The forbidden forest could be reached by foot and caution, but the roots of the castle, those ancient veins running beneath stone and soil, required something else. It was not a passage marked on any map, nor taught to any student. Only those who listened to the school's breath, who had lived within her walls long enough to hear her silent laments, could find their way. She lit her wand with a word and entered a long disused corridor behind the statue of a veiled witch near the great hall. Dust thickened the air like memory made tangible, and her footsteps echoed not with sound, but with presence, as if the walls themselves remembered being walked by the founders. The further she walked, the more the castle changed. The stonework here was older, rougher, darker, carved not for comfort but for permanence. Cobwebs draped the ceilings like mourning veils, and the very air seemed heavy with the breath of ages. She came at last to a stairwell that spiraled downward like a coiled serpent, its steps worn smooth by time and untold feet. Here, the torches ignited of their own accord as she passed, casting a flickering gold light over runes so faded they could only be read by memory. At the bottom she found the chamber. It was not grand nor sinister. It was simple, round, silent, a place of contemplation rather than command. In the center grew an old gnarled tree, dead, or so it appeared at first glance. Its bark was white as bone, and its branches stretched upward like pleading hands. Around its base lay more of the black roses, though here they were not vibrant. They slept, their petals curled inward like secrets unwilling to be spoken. The silence in this place was profound, the kind that spoke not of emptiness, but of listening. And as Minerva stepped into the circle, the air shifted, as if the chamber had inhaled. She knelt beside the tree and placed her palm upon the bark. It was cold but not lifeless. There was something beneath, something waiting, and then the whisper returned. Not from the roses this time, but from the walls, from the roots, from the very breath of the place. Where the roses grow, sorrow lingers. What was sealed in silence now seeks song. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply. "Why now?" she asked aloud, her voice steady despite the strange reverence the place commanded. "Why awaken after so many centuries? Why call to me?" The tree did not move, but the roses rustled, just slightly, enough. And then she felt it. Not in her ears, but in her mind, a thought, a memory not hers. A boy, dark-eyed and defiant, walking alone through the dungeons of a younger Hogwarts. A chamber newly built, filled with magic older than names. A secret garden hidden away not to conceal evil, but to protect beauty from misunderstanding. Salazar had not planted the roses as weapons, he had planted them as a sanctuary. For sorrow, for shame, for the parts of himself he could not share with the others. But time twisted things. Silence became suspicion. And when he left, he sealed the chamber, hoping it would die with him. But grief does not die. It roots itself in the deep, and if left alone, it blooms in strange and dangerous ways. McGonagall opened her eyes slowly, drawing her hand back from the bark. The roses were stirring now. Their petals began to unfurl, dark and shimmering, as if sensing the breath of truth in the room. She did not flinch. They did not threaten. They merely reached toward the light of her wand, toward the sound of her voice, and then, for the first time, she spoke the riddle aloud. The root remembers, the stone forgets, but the wound flowers. The roses froze, as if listening. The silence in the room deepened, not in menace, but in anticipation. Minerva rose, her voice firm, commanding not through force but through clarity. I do not come to bury this place again. I come to understand it, to name the grief that was never named, to speak the sorrow aloud so that it need not bloom in poison. At that the room exhaled. A wind stirred impossibly from beneath the floor. The branches of the tree quivered. The roses glowed faintly with a soft, mournful light. And somewhere far above, in the highest towers of Hogwarts, the bells rang, though no one had pulled the ropes. Not a toll for morning, a bell for waking, for remembering, for healing. The roots of the castle had begun to stir. The castle did not speak in words, not exactly, but in sensations, in reverberations of memory and meaning that passed through stone and shadow like the wind threading through a harp's string. As Minerva ascended the spiral stair from the chamber of roots and roses, she felt it, not simply as vibration beneath her feet, but as a hum in her bones, a pulse in the very air. Hogwarts was listening, not passively, not distantly, but with the intentness of an old friend rediscovering the shape of a long-lost name. And she, in turn, moved through the halls as if in conversation with something ancient and unfinished. Each step echoed with a story unspoken. Each corridor seemed drawn inward with breath held, awaiting what came next. That night she did not return to her tower. Instead, she walked the castle in slow spirals, retracing the movements of the past. Down the marble staircase that wound like a ribbon through the central shaft of the school, past portraits that had gone silent at her approach. Into the wing of the dungeons where damp seeped eternally from the stone and flickering sconces made faces flicker on bare walls. She paused outside the old potions classroom, now dark and unused. For a moment her hand rested on the iron latch, fingertips brushing against rusted metal, remembering a time when Severus Snape's voice cut like a knife through the murk, and a younger Minerva had stood opposite him in the staff room, all sharp edges and loyalty. She did not open the door. Some places held wounds too fresh even now, but she lingered, and in the quiet she heard the castle stir. Not in sound, but in memory. There had been sorrow here too, so much of it, and yet beneath that sorrow something else had taken root. Regret, perhaps, love twisted through pain, the kind of emotions that do not fade even when all their witnesses are dust. She turned then, drawn by something deeper still. Not a direction, but a resonance. It led her into a lesser-known corridor, one rarely walked even in the school's busiest years. The air grew cooler and the light thinner until it seemed the shadows themselves moved like veils around her. The corridor ended in a heavy wooden door, one she recognized not by memory but by instinct. It bore no nameplate, no inscription, only a single emblem carved into the wood. A serpent curled in repose, not ready to strike but coiled in thought. She placed her hand upon it. The wood was cold, yet pulsing faintly with magic so old it no longer bore the sharpness of recent spells. It was magic woven into time itself, the sort that breathes rather than burns. The door opened with a sigh. Within lay another garden, not of roses this time, but of stone. A circle of columns rose like ancient sentinels, their surfaces covered in moss and runes nearly devoured by age. In the center stood a pool, shallow, still, and perfectly round. Above it no ceiling, just open sky, though they were far below the outer grounds. The stars hung there, visible and unmoving, as if drawn on velvet, and around the pool, faintly etched into the flagstones, were 4 names: Godric, Helga, Rowena, Salazar. She stepped into the space, her breath catching in her throat, not from fear, but from awe. This was not a room built for use. It was a memory made manifest, a space of truce and truth, a place the founders had once come to speak, without power, without pride, to listen. Minerva knelt beside the pool and looked into the water. Her reflection stared back, lined and wise, but beyond it she saw more. Flashes of the past, glimpses of the 4 who had shaped everything she knew: Godric's firelit laughter, Helga's gentle strength, Rowena's searching eyes, and Salazar. Salazar with his silence, his grief, and a single black rose held in his palm like an unanswered question. He had not built Hogwarts to house a war. None of them had. But as time passed and ideals clashed with fear, he had seen something that frightened him, not in the world but in himself. A doubt, a wound. He had hidden it, buried it beneath rhetoric and legacy, sealed it in stone and root and thorn. But a wound unspoken is a wound that grows, and now, centuries later, it had grown into a garden of poisonous beauty. She touched the water lightly with her fingers. Ripples spread, and as they did, the names around the pool shimmered faintly. The magic responded, not just to her presence, but to her willingness to feel, to see, and in that moment, she understood what was required. To heal the wound, the story must be told, not written in books or whispered in corridors, but spoken aloud. A remembering that was also a reckoning, not with blame, but with truth. She rose, the clarity settling into her limbs like the warmth of sunrise through ancient glass. The roses had called her, yes, but not as a warrior, as a witness, as someone willing to speak the sorrow, to let the grief unfurl like petals under moonlight. Tomorrow she would return to the chamber beneath the castle, to the roots and thorns and the sleeping tree. She would carry with her a memory of all 4 names. She would sit in the circle of the past and speak, not spells, not commands, and perhaps, just perhaps, the roses would listen. The morning came not with golden light, but with a hush, as if even the dawn itself dared not stir the weight of what was to unfold. The air was strangely still, the castle's usual symphony of rustling cloaks and chattering portraits subdued into a thoughtful quiet. Minerva moved through the halls with purpose wrapped in silence, her steps as deliberate as the slow unfolding of a tale that had waited too long to be told. Her cloak trailed behind her like a shadow woven of memory and ash, and though no one crossed her path, she felt the eyes of the school upon her, not watching, but waiting. It was as if Hogwarts itself held its breath. She did not eat nor speak. There was no need for the comforts of daily ritual, no place for the mundane in a morning such as this. Today was not a day for breakfast and parchment, but for remembrance, for words shaped not of logic but of meaning. She walked past the great hall without pause, where the clinking of spoons and murmurs of students seemed dim and distant, as though they belonged to another world. Her path led her down, ever down, through stairways that curved like thought and corridors that whispered with histories unspoken. And as she passed beneath the arch of stone that marked the threshold between castle and roots, she felt again that tremor in her bones, that low, pulsing song that seemed to rise not from beneath her feet, but from within her very blood. The chamber received her as it had before, not cold but quiet, its silence not empty but expectant. The roses greeted her in bloom this time, dozens of them unfurled like black stars, their petals shining with a soft sheen that caught the ambient light and fractured it into hues no wand could conjure. They did not hiss, did not whisper riddles today. They watched, or perhaps listened, and in the center, as if unchanged by the tides of magic around it, stood the pale-barked tree, its limbs still outstretched like questions, reaching into a sky that had long ceased to answer. Minerva stepped into the circle, and as she did, the air shifted with a shiver so subtle it might have been mistaken for breath. She did not draw her wand. Instead, she knelt, not in supplication, but in respect, a gesture older than the school itself, older than wands and robes and house points. Her knees touched the stone and her hands folded gently in her lap, her eyes level with the lowest of the roses, which swayed not from wind, but from waiting. "I am here," she said, not loudly, but clearly, her voice steady and soft, like the opening note of an ancient song. "And I will speak, not because I have answers, but because the silence has gone on." The chamber stirred, not with sound, but with presence. The walls drew closer, not physically, but emotionally, like an old friend leaning in to hear something it had long feared to remember. "You are not evil," she continued, her gaze not on the flowers now, but on the tree itself. "Only afraid. You saw the world changing. You saw shadows where others saw light, and you thought to protect what you loved before it was taken from you. That was your grief, wasn't it? Not that they would betray you, but that they would leave you, that the world you helped create would forget you, abandon your legacy to strangers who would never understand the care you wove into every stone." She paused, and for a long breath nothing moved. Then the roses quivered, faintly, like breath drawn in after a long sob. The chamber darkened around the edges, not with danger, but with intimacy, the way twilight dims a room before a story begins. "You planted these roses not to hurt," she said, her voice gentler now, almost maternal, "but to remember. You wanted a garden where sorrow could live without shame, a place where grief could bloom safely, where no one would rip it out by the roots and call it weakness. But grief left alone too long grows wild, doesn't it? Thorns too thick, silence too deep." The tree cracked. A single sound, like the snapping of a frozen branch in winter's heart, not violent but mournful, as if something long held had finally fractured. Minerva did not flinch. She reached out and touched the bark once more, this time not as a seeker, but as a comforter. Her palm rested there, steady and warm, and beneath her fingers the wood felt softer, warmer, as if something within had turned to listen. "You are not forgotten, Salazar," she whispered, and in the saying of his name there was no condemnation, only care. Not by the stones, not by the roots, and not by me. The roses glowed, a soft, pulsing light, each bloom like a heart beating for the first time in years. They shifted color, faintly, subtly, dark indigo at the edges, violet toward the center, as if the grief had turned not to joy, but to understanding. And then the chamber exhaled. The air warmed, the branches of the tree quivered, and from somewhere deep within the roots, a sound rose. Not a whisper, not a riddle, but a voice, low and ancient and tired. "Then let the sorrow speak." Minerva closed her eyes, and as the roots began to stir beneath her, weaving a path of memory through earth and time, she understood. Today, she would speak the grief aloud, not as legend, not as history, but as truth. The tale of a man who loved too deeply and lost too silently, and the story of a castle that remembered and a garden that waited. The wound would flower, but now it would do so in light. The chamber had changed, not in form, for the walls were still etched in mossy runes and the ceiling still opened into that impossible sky, but in essence. What once felt like a sealed crypt, heavy with centuries of unspoken regret, now breathed like a living thing rediscovering the cadence of life. The roses had shifted from their poisonous stillness into something softer, each bloom no longer a warning, but an invitation. Their petals had curled outward, revealing silken hearts where dew gathered like morning tears, and their glow, once harsh and eerie, now radiated a warmth that echoed something close to sorrow made sacred. Even the tree, so long a skeletal sentinel, had begun to ripple with quiet energy, as though beneath its pale bark, sap had remembered how to rise. Minerva remained in the circle of stone, her hand still pressed to the tree, her eyes half closed in thought, not of spells or strategy, but of empathy, deep, aching, generational empathy. Here, where magic pooled thick and old as myth, she did not speak the incantations of her schooling. She spoke instead in the language of memory and of forgiveness. "You were the first to see the danger," she murmured, voice low as roots pushing through soil. "The first to fear the world outside these walls would never understand what we created. But you were not the only one who feared. Rowena feared the fragility of truth. Helga feared the loss of kindness in a world that seemed to forget it. Even Godric, brave and bold, feared a day when might would not be enough. But you, Salazar, you turned your fear into isolation, into silence, into something that could not be softened." The chamber trembled gently, not in anger but in response, like a great beast stirring after a long sleep. The runes along the floor began to glow faintly, their ancient script pulsing in time with Minerva's words. And now, as her voice settled into the space like a bomb poured into a wound, the images began to rise, not conjured illusions, but memories embedded deep in the castle's marrow called forth by her presence and her permission. Around the chamber shimmered translucent forms, not fully formed ghosts, but echoes of the founders themselves. Rowena, with her star-strewn robes and eyes like midnight. Helga, whose hands glowed with the warmth of hearth fires. Godric, flame-haired and lion-hearted, his laughter echoing like distant thunder. And there, just at the edge of the light, Salazar Slytherin, not as a tyrant, but as a man wrapped in shadows of his own making, his expression not cruel, but unbearably alone. Minerva turned to face him, her breath catching, not from fear, but from the sheer intimacy of the moment. His figure flickered like candlelight, and his eyes, sharp and storm-gray, locked with hers across centuries. There was no accusation in his gaze, only ache. She rose slowly, the folds of her cloak brushing the moss-laced floor, and stood before the image of the man who had built a quarter of this great school and left it with a seed of sorrow no one had dared unearth. "You did not stay to finish your part of the story," she said softly, her voice carrying a weight greater than any spell she had ever cast. "You left your name in stone, your magic in the walls, and your grief beneath the roots. And in your silence others wrote your ending for you. They made you villain, made you warning. But you were not only that. You were not only fear and anger and bloodline. You were more. You were hope once, weren't you? You believed this place could be sanctuary, that it could hold the future, and when you doubted it could, you didn't destroy it. You left, but you left behind the part of you that could not leave. You left your wound behind." The air in the chamber deepened, thickening into something nearly tangible. The roses leaned toward her now, as if drawn to her voice like vines to light. And Salazar's echo stood straighter, his robes settling into the stillness as if pulled by gravity newly remembered. A long moment passed where neither moved, but the space between them hummed with tension, born not of confrontation but of longing. For understanding, for closure, for the act of being seen in the fullness of truth. "I do not come to absolve," she continued, voice stronger now, "nor to rewrite what has already been written in the hearts of so many, but I come to remember rightly. I come to say what was never said, that your sorrow was real, that your fear was not madness, and that your dream, like theirs, deserved its share of the light." The tree groaned. A low, resonant sound like a cello played in the deep earth, and a single bud opened at the tip of its highest branch. Not black, not violet, but pale green, glowing faintly with the first hue of spring. It was not grandeur, it was not redemption, it was remembrance. Something old, long frozen, had chosen to begin again. Salazar's echo stepped back into shadow, his form growing fainter, but his eyes lingered, as if drinking in the sight of someone finally naming him whole. And just before he vanished entirely, he inclined his head, not a bow, not quite, but a gesture of profound recognition. The chamber fell still once more, but it was not the stillness of dormancy. It was the stillness of healing, of breath drawn in after pain, of wounds no longer hidden. Minerva stood alone again in the circle, and yet not alone. The roots beneath her stirred gently, the roses glowed with a mournful grace, and the light above gleamed down like a silent chorus. She had spoken, the sorrow had listened, and the healing had begun, In the days that followed, the change was not immediate, but it was palpable, like the warmth that creeps into stone just before sunrise, subtle, nearly imperceptible, but undeniable in its persistence. Hogwarts, though ancient and vast, was a creature of instinct as much as it was one of stone and spell. It did not speak in declarations or proclamations. Instead, it stirred. Hallways seemed brighter where they had long been dim. The staircases, notorious for their temperaments, shifted with gentler timing, as though aware of the feet that crossed them and wishing to ease their passage. The very air of the castle, once carrying the deep hush of accumulated sorrow, now bore a curious sense of release. Not jubilation, not yet, but relief, like lungs filling with air after having forgotten how to breathe for a very long time. Minerva McGonagall moved through this transformed atmosphere like a soul returned from pilgrimage. Though her expression remained composed, though her posture bore the same strict grace she had carried for decades, something had softened in her bearing. It was not weakness, it was depth. She had gone into the roots of the castle and returned not with conquest but with clarity. In the eyes of her students there flickered that old reverence, but now tinged with something new, the kind of awe reserved not for the powerful but for the brave, the quiet bravery of those who choose to listen when the world demands noise. She resumed her duties with the same diligence as always, yet her mind often wandered, not in distraction, but in recollection. The Chamber of Roses remained beneath the castle, and though she did not descend every day, she carried its memory with her in every breath. That place had not vanished, nor had the grief it harbored disappeared, but it had changed, been acknowledged, given shape and name, and that, perhaps more than anything, was magic at its most profound. Not the kind that alters the shape of things, but the kind that alters their meaning. One evening, as the sun spilled gold across the highlands and the windows of the great hall glowed with light filtered through enchantment and dust, she sat alone at the staff table, her tea cooling beside her, untouched. Her gaze was not on the students, though their laughter hummed around her like music in another room. Her eyes were fixed on the far wall, where the house banners swayed gently and the crests of the founders hung in eternal vigil. The founders hung in eternal vigil, Gryffindor's lion proud and defiant, Hufflepuff's badger steadfast and kind, Ravenclaw's eagle ever in flight, and Slytherin's serpent coiled not to strike but to guard, to watch. How often had she seen that symbol maligned, feared, misread as a herald of malice rather than a sigil of legacy. She rose slowly and crossed the hall, her boots echoing with the ease of someone long at home in the bones of the building. She stopped beneath the green banner and looked up, not with suspicion, not with unease, but with solemnity. "You were never meant to be forgotten," she whispered, the words for herself as much as for the ghost that now lingered only in memory. "We did you a disservice, all of us, by reducing you to a shadow of your fear. But you were part of this too, this dream, this home." And then from the shadows of the upper gallery a sound descended. Not a voice, not a whisper, but the rustling of robes and the faintest breath of understanding. The air shimmered for a heartbeat, and though no one else noticed, she saw it. A flicker, a presence, a nod from the past not seeking forgiveness, but finally, at long last receiving recognition. That night she returned to the chamber, not because the roses called her, but because her heart did. She brought no wand this time, no preparation, only herself and a small silver vial filled with water drawn from the black lake, water infused with the magic of the castle, memory-laced and moonlit. She poured it into the basin at the base of the tree, and as the liquid touched the roots, the entire chamber breathed in. The roses swayed, the air shimmered. The runes glowed with a light not sharp but soft, like candlelight at the end of a long vigil. And from the roots of the tree something began to rise. It was not a figure, not a ghost or a specter, but a presence shaped of memory and magic, a tendril of thought woven from the castle's deepest places. It coiled into the air, not in menace but in question. And Minerva, standing there with her palms open and her heart unguarded, answered not with spells but with story. She spoke aloud what she had discovered, what she had felt, what she now understood. That sorrow must be seen, that grief cannot be buried in silence without blooming into something unintended. She spoke of the founders, of their greatness and their fractures, and she spoke of the children, generations of them, who had passed through these halls never knowing the depth of the soil beneath their feet. As she spoke, the presence listened, the roses tilted, the tree pulsed, and then the chamber filled with light, not blinding, not searing, but warm, rich, steady, a light born not of triumph but of truth, a light that came only when wounds, long hidden, were finally given room to breathe. When the light faded, she stood alone once more, but something remained. A single petal had fallen from one of the roses, not wilted, but whole. Its color was no longer black, but deep violet streaked with green, a harmony of night and spring. She picked it up, held it between her fingers like a promise, and smiled, a small, wary but genuine smile. And above her, through the open dome of the chamber, the stars turned quietly on their ancient path, as they had always done, as they would continue to do. But now beneath them something had changed, and the castle at last could rest. Time in Hogwarts did not move in the ordinary fashion of clocks and calendars. It flowed more like a tide, ebbing and surging with the will of the castle and the hearts of those who dwelt within. In the weeks that followed Minerva's descent into the roots and the spoken naming of sorrow, the tides shifted, gently at first, like the barely audible sigh of a house breathing more freely after generations of holding its breath. The change was not dramatic, not heralded by fireworks or fanfare, but in the subtle grace of things falling into place, as if long-forgotten hinges had finally been oiled and doors could once more open. Students, without knowing why, found themselves wandering into old courtyards they had never noticed before, lingering longer in the library's oldest corners, their fingers drawn to volumes that smelled of damp wood and ancient ink. They whispered to each other in twilight about dreams that felt like memories, of strange trees with silver bark and flowers that pulsed with a music none could name. No one spoke of it directly. It would have broken the spell, but there was a sense of stillness blooming through the halls, not of stagnation, but of quiet vitality, like a forest just beginning to bud after the long sleep of winter. Minerva noticed these changes with the quiet pride of a gardener seeing green sprout from once frozen soil. She said nothing to her colleagues, offered no explanations, no formal reports to the ministry or the board of governors. What had happened beneath the castle was not an event for headlines or lectures. It was a healing, a sacred thing, private and inward, and she guarded it as such. And yet, in her own way, she tended to it not through ceremony, but through presence. She began spending more time walking the halls in the early morning, when the world was soft and the light pooled like honey across the stone floors. She paused at windows where ivy crept in wild curls, at arches where echoes clung like song. Sometimes, in those early hours, she would pass a student sitting alone with a book open but unread, staring out across the grounds with a look that mingled wonder with an ache they couldn't quite explain. She would say nothing, just walk slowly, giving space. But occasionally, when the student turned to look at her, their eyes would meet, and something unspoken would pass between them. A kind of mutual recognition. They had felt it too, whatever it was, the weight, the bloom, the presence. And at night, in the solitude of her tower where moonlight kissed the bookshelves and the fire whispered its soft lullaby, she would sometimes draw out that single fallen petal. It lay in a velvet-lined box now, nestled like a relic, though it bore no magic she could measure, no spell work that could be catalogued or reverse engineered. Its surface, once black, now shimmered with hues that shifted gently depending on the light. Deep violet, forest green, occasional hints of silver, gray. It smelled faintly of loam, of something deep and old and kind. She would hold it in her palm and simply sit, letting the silence wrap around her like a familiar shawl, remembering not the pain of what had passed, but the grace of what had been reclaimed. One evening, as the season began to tip from late spring into early summer, the owls flew in later than usual. The sky had been stormy, streaked with the drama of dark clouds and flashes of amber light that never quite thundered. The students had retreated early to their dormitories, murmuring of the strange tension in the air. Minerva stood in the astronomy tower alone, watching the dance of lightning in the far-off hills, her silhouette tall and still against the shifting clouds. And then, as the first heavy drops of rain began to fall on the ancient stones, she felt it again. That hum beneath her feet, that tremor in her spine. Not alarm, not warning, invitation. She turned from the storm and descended the tower in silence, her steps unhurried but filled with certainty. Down the long staircases that curved like the spiral shells of sea creatures, past tapestries that shivered as she passed, as though the very threads remembered her, down into the deeper parts of the castle where the stone turned older, darker, closer to the foundation of what Hogwarts had always been. Not school, not fortress, but sanctuary, memory, magic given form. When she stepped once more into the Chamber of Roses, she did not hesitate. The tree had changed. It no longer stood frozen and pale. Now, soft leaves unfurled at the tips of its branches, small and trembling with dew. A second flower had bloomed, high in the canopy, where moonlight kissed its petals through the open dome. This one was pale gold, streaked with crimson, as if flame had touched it and left behind a memory. The roses around the base had grown lush, more vibrant than ever, and yet their presence was no longer somber. They radiated a kind of still joy, the peace that comes not from forgetting, but from being remembered fully. And as Minerva stepped into the circle, she felt something rise to greet her. Not a figure, not a ghost, but a clarity, a knowing, as if the castle itself had opened its heart. She knelt without words, and in the hush that followed, she laid the petal she had carried for weeks now at the base of the tree, placing it gently beside the roots where so much had begun. A faint breeze stirred the chamber, and the roses quivered in unison. The roots seemed to sigh, and far above, through the glassless sky, a star blinked and shimmered. Something had returned. Not Salazar, not the past, but the balance, the breath of Hogwarts, steady at last. The weeks drifted onward, golden and slow, as if time itself had softened in deference to what had been healed. Summer crept across the grounds in tendrils of green and warmth, wrapping ivy tighter around stone and coaxing blooms from places once barren. The black lake, usually still and brooding, sparkled in the midday light like molten silver, and the forbidden forest no longer loomed with the same silent menace, but seemed instead to exhale with a heavy, ancient breath. Even the creatures, unicorns and thestrals, and all the furtive shadows that lived between root and canopy, moved with less caution, as though the very air had lightened. The change was not something one could point to directly. It could not be captured in a report or framed in a photograph, but it was there, in the way students lingered longer on their walks, in the ease of the castle's creaking stairways, in the subtle hush that hung not like dread but like reverence. Minerva spent her evenings alone more often now, not from loneliness but from the desire to listen, to let the castle speak in its quiet, layered ways. She had begun to write again, not essays or letters or memos, but something softer, observations, remembrances, meditations. She wrote in a thick-bound journal, charmed never to be read by another living soul, its pages filling with looping script that meandered like river water through memory and reflection. The ink bled thoughts that had lived too long in silence, thoughts about legacy and grief, about the unbearable weight of history, about the spaces between people where understanding was too often left to wither. She wrote of Salazar, not as a founder frozen in time, but as a man, conflicted, gifted, fearful, deeply and tragically human. She wrote of his wound, and of the wound left in the school when he departed. She wrote of the garden beneath the castle, of the roses and their riddles, and how something in her had shifted when she knelt among them. Sometimes she wondered if the chamber might fade again now that its story had been acknowledged, return to dormancy, its purpose fulfilled. But the castle and its wisdom did not bury such places once awakened. It did not close what had finally been opened with care. Instead, it allowed the chamber to evolve, to transform, to become not a vault of grief, but a sanctuary of remembrance. Word spread slowly and quietly among the staff. First to Pomona, who wept when she entered the garden and placed her calloused hand upon the glowing bark. Then to Flitwick, who bowed low and murmured something in a language long thought lost. Then to Hagrid, who brought a single pail of water from the deepest well of the forest and poured it at the roots with trembling reverence. They did not ask questions. They did not seek explanations. They came, they felt, and they remembered. Even the portraits seemed changed. Those on the higher walls of the headmistress's office, The ones who had once grumbled or offered unsolicited advice grew quieter, more watchful. One evening, Dumbledore himself appeared less wistful and more rooted, as though even in death he too had been touched by the healing that now ran through the castle's bones. He said little, only smiled at Minerva with a gaze full of some profound gratitude, and nodded toward the horizon. That was all. But it was enough. She understood. The students, too, changed. Not in loud or dramatic ways, but in the subtleties of behavior no curriculum could teach. Rivalries softened. Conversations grew deeper. A reverence for the ancient began to take root among them. More students stayed behind after class to ask about the early days of Hogwarts. Not the sanitized history of dates and deeds, but the real questions. What did it feel like? Why did they build it? What did they fear losing? They asked not from the place of obligation, but of longing, the kind of longing that comes when a story is so old it starts to feel like a dream. One evening, a small group of seventh years approached Minerva in the courtyard after supper, their eyes lit not with mischief, but with wonder. They had heard whispers, only whispers, of a hidden garden, of roses that pulsed like stars, and a tree that remembered things no one else could. She did not confirm their curiosity outright, but she smiled, and in her answer they found more than affirmation. "There are places in this world," she said softly, "where the past still breathes, not to haunt us, but to invite us, to teach us how to listen again." They did not press further. Some truths are best approached slowly, in reverence rather than conquest. That night she returned to the chamber alone once more. The roots welcomed her as they always had, the roses leaning ever so slightly toward her footsteps. The tree had grown another bloom. This one was silver, a color that shimmered with both sorrow and serenity. And as she sat beneath its canopy, her hands resting lightly on the earth, she closed her eyes and simply listened. She heard the castle. She heard the echo of ancient laughter. She heard the soft footfalls of children long grown into dust. She heard Salazar's sorrow, not as a cry, but as a song, low, trembling, unresolved. And then layered within it her own voice, no longer alone. In the garden where poisonous roses once bloomed in silence, peace now stirred. Not perfection, not erasure of pain, but peace, the kind born not of forgetting, but of finally. And outside in the high towers and great halls, Hogwarts stood as it always had, bathed in moonlight and the breath of memory, her roots deep, her windows lit like eyes wide open. Awake at last. There are places in the world where memory becomes more than a recollection, where it sinks into the earth and becomes a current, a quiet river flowing beneath the surface of all things. Hogwarts had always been such a place. Its magic was not merely the incantation of spells or the glow of floating candles. It was the breath of remembrance that lived in its very walls, in its staircases that moved according to mood, in its portraits that watched and whispered, in its rooms that opened only for those who truly needed them. The castle had for centuries cradled the weight of dreams and griefs alike, but only now, only since the chamber had been awakened and the silence broken, did it seem to truly remember itself. Minerva McGonagall stood by her window as the dusk settled over the highlands, her silhouette etched in the soft gold of the dying light. The landscape beyond stretched wide and quiet, rippling with wind-blown grass and the slow descent of evening shadows. The lake shimmered like a darkened mirror. The sky above, vast and clear, held the first of the stars like thoughts too distant to voice. She did not move for a long while. She simply stood, allowing the moment to pass through her, to inhabit her, as the silence of the world folded into the silence within. This, she had come to realize, was the truest form of magic. Not the wand flicks or charms, but the deep unspoken communion between self and place, between memory and meaning. She turned at last and made her way not to the garden, not to night, but to the great hall. It was empty now. The long tables cleared and the candles dimmed, but it held a kind of breathless expectancy, like a theater moments before a performance. She walked its length slowly, her heels clicking softly against the stone, until she reached the center of the hall. There, with the house banners hanging still in the charged air, she spoke a quiet spell that summoned 4 candles, each hovering just above the flagstones. 1 red, 1 blue, 1 yellow, 1 green. She did not light them, she simply watched them flicker faintly in the ambient magic that now thrummed through the hall. And then from her cloak she withdrew a small scroll, aged but sealed. Not ancient, a letter, newly written. She laid it on the floor between the candles, its parchment whispering against the stone. In that letter, written in her own steady hand, were not rules or doctrines, but a story, a truth, a testimony to what had been found beneath the castle and what had been healed, not just for her, but for Hogwarts, for all who would come after. It was not meant to be opened yet, not for years. It was a seed of memory, sealed with magic that would only open when the castle once again felt the silence of forgetting begin to press too heavily upon it. Then, and only then, the letter would unfold, and within it the words would speak again. This is what we must not bury. This is what we must remember. She whispered a charm that wrapped the scroll in silver light, and the candles gently extinguished, as if sighing in approval. She rose and stepped back, and for a moment she stood alone in that vast, quiet space, surrounded by shadow and echo. But she did not feel alone. The hall felt full, not with people, but with presence, as if every stone remembered the footsteps of those who had come before, as if every bench remembered laughter, every wall remembered tears, every high arched window remembered the gaze of children learning to become themselves. Later that night, she sat by the fire in her quarters, the petal box closed and resting beside her, and thought not of lessons or politics or the endless correspondence that cluttered her desk, but of roots, of how deep they ran, of how quietly they healed. The garden beneath the school had not ceased its flowering. New blooms appeared weekly now, each one strange and beautiful, each one bearing a hue never quite seen before. The students who wandered too close to that part of the forest returned changed, not frightened, but quieter, more attuned, as if they too had brushed against something vast and true. She had begun to hear them telling stories, passed between one another not with the rigidity of fact, but with the fluid reverence of myth. They spoke of the whispering tree, of the roses of Slytherin, of the garden of remembrance. None of them could agree on its exact location. Some swore it was in the catacombs beneath the lake. Others believed it appeared only to those who carried unspoken grief. Some thought it had always been there, hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone brave enough to listen. Minerva did not correct them. Truth, she had come to understand, was a living thing. It grew differently in each person, each telling. It was not diminished by its variations. It was only diminished when silenced. So she let them speak, let them imagine and wonder, let them come to understand in their own time what she had learned through quiet and courage and the trembling unfolding of an old story long buried. And as she sat in her chair, the fire flickering softly across her tired but untroubled features, she allowed herself to close her eyes, not in retreat, but in arrival. For the first time in many years, she felt not the burden of legacy, but the embrace of it. Not the weight of what had to be protected, but the warmth of what had been honored. And beneath the floorboards, beneath the stones, beneath the breath of the castle itself, the roses bloomed on. And then came the summer's end, the time when the light lingered a little longer over the lake, when the breeze through the open windows of the towers carried not only warmth, but the first tremors of autumn's chill, and the trees along the edges of the forbidden forest began to whisper with leaves already thinking of gold. It was a season of transition, as it always had been, but this year it held a deeper note, like a familiar song being sung again, but with a verse restored, one long forgotten. The castle, in its ageless wisdom, pulsed with that rhythm. Its breath had changed. It was no longer the weary exhale of a guardian holding too many memories. It had become the long, slow inhale of something ready to grow again. Minerva walked the grounds more slowly now, not out of fatigue, but in reverence, pausing beneath arches, beside ancient trees, along paths where the grass wore soft hollows from generations of students' feet. The silence no longer felt watchful or heavy. It felt companioned, like a friend who knew the story you carried and did not need you to speak it. She often found herself standing before the oldest stones in the castle, the foundation blocks laid by the hands of the founders themselves. Some bore runes, weathered into near obscurity. Others were marked only by time and moss and the quiet glow of lingering enchantments. These were the bones of the school, and now, at last, their sorrows had been tended, their secrets honored, their story complete. It had not ended in fanfare or revelation. There was no great monument to what had happened in the depths of Hogwarts, no official Remembrance Day etched into the calendar, but that, she knew, was as it should be. The most important truths were not the ones shouted aloud, but the ones folded gently into the soil, where they could root and flower in their own time. The chamber beneath the castle remained, but it had shifted once more, now less like a crypt and more like a chapel. The roses had changed shape subtly, their colors deepened, their scent richer. The whispering tree stood taller, its branches extending toward the open sky with newfound confidence. And when Minerva visited now, the chamber no longer sang of sorrow. It hummed with remembrance, with the still joy of something at peace. She knew, without needing to be told, that the magic there would last for generations, perhaps forever. It had been anchored not by spells, but by the oldest power of all, the willingness to see, to understand, and to name what had once been feared. Salazar's shadow had not been exorcised or denied. It had been illuminated, accepted, woven into the tapestry with care. That was the legacy she would leave behind, more than any rule or lesson or speech. She had not rewritten history. She had listened to it, and in doing so allowed it to breathe again. On the final night before the start of term, she stood alone in the astronomy tower, wrapped in the blue-gray cloak that had seen many winters, many students, many farewells. The stars overhead glistened in the clear, vast dark, silent and bright. Below her, the grounds lay quiet, the castle resting in a rare moment of stillness before the new year began, before laughter and arguments and spells gone awry would fill the halls once more. It was a sacred pause, the brief hush between inhale and exhale, between what had been and what would come next. She reached into her pocket and drew out the final petal. It had fallen days before in the garden, a gift left without fanfare. This one was different than the others. Not black, not silver, not gold. It was clear, almost translucent, like morning dew captured in a curl of glass, and when held to the light it shimmered with every color and none at all, like the memory of light rather than the thing itself. She did not know what it meant. She did not need to. She held it to her chest for a moment, closed her eyes, and let its quiet pulse settle into her. When she opened her eyes again, the stars had shifted, not by much, but enough. And she smiled, not because everything was perfect or finished, but because something true had been seen, and in being seen had changed. Below her, a single window lit in the Slytherin wing. She watched it for a moment, feeling the strange warmth of continuity, that mingling of past and present, of the student who now studied by that flickering light, and the founder who had once dreamed of what such a school could be. They were not the same, but they were not so different. She turned from the window, her cloak stirring in the high breeze, and descended the tower with slow, steady steps. Tomorrow the castle would awaken fully, and with it the thousand voices of youth, of curiosity, of hope. Tomorrow the story would begin again, but tonight, beneath the stars, the roots of Hogwarts slept content, and the roses bloomed where sorrow once grew.